I didn't want to spend the night in a graveyard, but Father Thomas said he needed someone with him. He told the church it was for prayer, a vigil, but he asked me, not anyone else. I was filming small stories for the parish, and he said, this one had to be done at night. It's only until morning, he told me. I'll explain everything when we're inside. We drove out around sunset. The graveyard was way out of town. No streetlights, no houses nearby, just trees and dirt roads. The cemetery was old iron gates, cracked stone statues, crooked headstones. A man was waiting for us at the gate. The caretaker, he looked annoyed. You sure about this? He asked the priest. Father Thomas nodded. I won't change my mind. The caretaker sighed, opened the gate, and let us in. We walked in and turned around. The gate slammed shut. He locked it with a thick chain. I'll be back at 6, he said through the bars. Don't go wandering too far. Then he left. I stood there for a second, looking around. The place felt wrong, too quiet. Even the bugs weren't chirping. Father Thomas didn't seem scared. He walked toward the middle of the cemetery like he knew where to go. I followed him past rows of graves, some too old to read. We stopped at a patch of grass surrounded by cracked stone crosses. This is the spot, he said, setting down his bag. I asked, why here? He looked at me for a moment, then said, I used to know someone buried here. I didn't ask more. He unzipped his bag and took out candles, a book, and a small bottle of water. Holy water, I guess. He began to set everything up like it was some kind of ritual. I walked around a little, filming short clips for the video. It was already dark. The flashlight on my phone barely helped. Don't go too far, the priest said, not looking up. Why? I asked. He said nothing. That's when I started to feel it, a heavy feeling in my chest, like the air didn't want me there, like I was being watched. But I didn't hear or see anyone, just graves and trees. I came back to where Father Thomas was sitting cross-legged. He was holding the book and whispering something, not English, maybe Latin. His eyes were closed and his hands were shaking. Father, I said. He didn't answer. Then he opened his eyes, looked up at me and said, if something happens, don't speak to it. What do you mean? I asked. He didn't explain. He just went back to whispering. I wanted to leave. I didn't care about the documentary anymore. But the gate was locked. We were stuck here for the whole night. And the worst part, the night hadn't even really started yet. After maybe an hour, the sky was black. No stars, just clouds. We had set up a small camp between a row of old graves. Most of the stones were cracked or broken. One had a date from the 1800s. The priest sat on the ground, legs crossed, staring ahead like he was waiting for something. I tried to make conversation. You okay, Father? He didn't answer, just nodded a little, eyes still forward. I sat across from him. What's the plan tonight? Just pray. He blinked slow. It's safer if we stay near the older graves. Why? He didn't respond. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a stick of white chalk. Then he leaned over and started drawing on the ground. The symbol was strange, a circle with lines through it, like a sun with too many rays. He made 4 of them, 1 at each corner of the patch we were sitting in. I asked, what's that supposed to be? Protection, he whispered. I watched as he drew one last mark, then sat back down. He kept his hands in his lap and stared at the grass. I tried to laugh it off. Are you messing with me? Like, Trying to scare me? He looked at me, his face was pale. You think I brought you here for fun? Then he looked down again. Didn't say another word. Something about the way he said that made my skin crawl. I turned off my camera. I didn't want to record anymore. Not because of him, but because I felt something, like eyes. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone standing in the dark. There was no one, just graves. But I still felt it. Then the priest leaned forward, real slow, and placed his hand flat on the ground. He whispered something, too soft to hear clearly. It didn't sound like a prayer. It sounded like a secret. I asked, "Who are you talking to?" He sat up straight. No one, just praying. But I didn't believe him. That's when I heard something, a soft whisper, not from him, not from me, from the trees behind us. It didn't sound like words, just breath, but it moved, like it was passing from one tree to another, left to right, right to left. I looked over, the branches weren't moving. No wind, then a dry rustling noise, like leaves being dragged across stone. But again, no breeze, nothing moving. Did you hear that? I asked. The priest didn't answer. I stood up, shining my flashlight around. The light bounced off the headstones, but everything else was black, deep black. Like the dark was thicker here. The whispers stopped. Then I heard something else. Footsteps. One, then two, then nothing. I turned to the priest. Someone's out there. He shook his head. No, not someone. I stared at him. What are we doing here, really? He looked up at me with tired eyes. I already told you. This is a vigil. But for who? He didn't answer. He reached into his bag and pulled out the photo. I saw it for a second. A woman and a child. He stared at it like it hurt too. Look, I need to stay, he whispered. I didn't ask again. I sat down. I didn't want to be alone, even near him. The whispering didn't come back for a while, but the feeling, like something watching, never left. I needed a break. Just sitting there, waiting for nothing, was driving me crazy. The priest hadn't moved in a while. He was still staring at that photo, still whispering things I couldn't understand. I'm going to walk around, I said. He didn't even look at me, just gave a small nod. So I grabbed my flashlight and headed off, staying on the stone path. The graves here were older. Some were just broken slabs covered in moss. I didn't go far, just far enough to feel like I was alone. That's when I saw it. A small stone building, almost hidden behind two dead trees. It was part underground, like the dirt had tried to swallow it. The roof was cracked, and weeds grew through the bricks. The door was thick metal, rusted, chained shut with a giant padlock. Someone really didn't want it opened. I stepped closer. A chill hit my neck. I remembered what the priest said earlier. Stay near the older graves. This didn't look old, not like the others. It looked ... wrong, like it didn't belong. I raised my flashlight. There were marks scratched into the stone around the door. Deep scratches, almost like claw marks. And symbols to circles, crosses, things I didn't understand. I told myself to go back, but something made me step closer. I leaned in, trying to hear anything. Nothing, then dash knock. A single sound. From inside, I froze. Another knock, softer. This time, I whispered, "Hello." Nothing. I backed up slowly. My heart was pounding. I turned and hurried back to the priest. He was sitting just like before, But now, he was crying. Silent tears ran down his cheeks. He held the photo in both hands, his thumbs shaking. "Father," I said, out of breath. "There's something inside that stone tomb." I heard it. It knocked. He didn't even flinch, just stared at the photo. I stepped closer. "Did you hear me? Something's in there." He looked up at me, eyes red, lips trembling. "I told them," he whispered. "I told them not to open it." I paused. "Wait, what do you mean?" He didn't answer. He just held up the photo. It was clearer now, in the flashlight. A young woman, smiling. A child standing next to her, maybe 4 or 5 years old. "I warned them," he said, "but they thought it was just illness. They didn't see the signs." "What signs?" I asked. He pressed the photo to his chest. It spoke through her. It wasn't her voice. It said things no child should know. Things from before we were born. I didn't understand what he meant. Not really, but I could feel it. This wasn't just grief, it was guilt. He wiped his face. We locked it away. Years ago, no funeral, no prayers, just chains. We thought it would sleep, but it didn't. I said. He nodded once. "It never sleeps." For a few seconds, we just sat there. The silence was thicker now, like the air itself didn't want to move. Then we both heard it. Knock, dot, very faint, but clear. It had followed me back. We didn't speak. For a while after the knock, the priest just stared at the ground, holding that photo tight in his hands. I sat next to him, not sure what to say. I didn't want to ask more questions, but I needed answers. "What's in there?" I finally asked. He took a long breath, then said, "Not what, who." I waited. He looked at me. Her name was Elsie, the little girl in the photo. She was 5 when it started. I looked down at the picture again. "That's your daughter." He nodded. She started saying things, words that didn't make sense. Old words, Latin, Greek, some I didn't even know. She'd wake up screaming, saying something was trying to crawl out of her skin. I stayed quiet. My hands were cold. "The doctors found nothing wrong," he said. "They gave her pills, said it was just a mental illness, but I knew better. I could see it in her eyes." I whispered, "What did you do?" He looked away. "I went to the church, asked for help. Real help, but they refused. They said exorcisms aren't done without proof, without approval. So you did it anyway." He nodded slowly. "Me and 3 others, old priests. We read everything we could. We tried to force it out. We tried for days. But it didn't leave. It hid deeper. It wasn't just a demon. It was older." I swallowed hard. "What happened to the others?" He stared off toward the trees. "One hanged himself in his church. Another burned his own house down with him inside. The third went missing. They only found his shoes and his rosary near water, and you." I stayed quiet, he said. "I kept it buried, told everyone she died of sickness. The mausoleum was built fast, paid for in cash. I didn't want her in the ground with the others. I didn't want it to spread, so why are we here?" He looked right at me then, eyes red, tired, "Because it never really left. It speaks to me sometimes, in dreams. And now the voices are louder. I think it's calling me back. I think it's ready to come out." I shook my head. "You brought me here for that. Why?" "I needed a witness," he said. "Or maybe I just didn't want to die alone." I stood up, angry. "This is insane. You should have told someone, a real team." The police. Someone. They'd dig it up, he said. And then it would spread. I turned in a circle, looking out at the dark graves. We're locked in here, and you're saying that thing, whatever it is awake. He didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the chalk again and started drawing a new symbol on the ground. I checked my phone. 3:02 a.m. The priest was still sitting in the dirt, drawing more symbols with the chalk. His hand shook and his lips moved fast, whispering something I didn't understand. What happens at 3? I asked. He didn't answer. Then I heard a deep crack like stone splitting. It came from the direction of the mausoleum. We both turned toward it. The chains were still wrapped around the door. The padlock was still on, but the stone walls were breaking like something inside was pushing out from all sides. Then the door slammed open, but the chains didn't fall. They stayed locked in place, still tight, still unbroken, yet the door swung wide. I froze. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Something stepped or maybe slid out of the dark inside. I couldn't tell what it was. It didn't look like a person. It didn't look like anything. The air around it shimmered, and its shape kept shifting. 1 second it had arms, then it didn't. Its body bent the wrong way, like it didn't belong here. The priest stood and shouted something. In Latin, louder this time. His voice cracked. He held up the holy water and threw it. The thing didn't stop. It moved fast. It reached him and he screamed. Not words, just a horrible, broken scream. He was yanked backward, feet dragging through the dirt. Toward the old graves. Toward the place he told us to stay close to. I ran. I didn't look back. I ran past broken stones, past dead trees, past the spot where we first came in. But the gate was gone. I stopped and spun around. There was no gate, just more graves. This isn't right, I whispered. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked the same. The rows of graves shifted. The path curved the wrong way. It was like the whole place had changed, like it didn't want me to leave. I kept moving anyway. My flashlight flickered and then died. I used my phone light. It glitched, blinking every few seconds. I was breathing fast, almost crying. Everything felt wrong. Then I saw something ahead, a figure. I slowed down. It was standing next to the broken mausoleum. I stepped closer. My stomach turned cold. It was me, same jacket, same shoes, same flashlight in his hand. But he wasn't scared. He looked calm, and he was smiling. I backed away. No, I whispered. He didn't move. He just stared at me. His smile grew wider then. My phone screen glitched again, and I swear I saw his eyes turn black. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have, because when I opened my eyes, the sun was up. I was lying on the grass, just a few feet from the broken mausoleum. The chains were still there, hanging loose, but the door was shut. No sign of the priest, no sign of the thing, just me. The cemetery looked normal again, quiet, still, like nothing had happened. The front gate was open, wide open. I don't remember walking there, but somehow I ended up at the edge of the road. A man in a bright vest. Maybe the groundskeeper was standing there, holding my camera. He looked confused. "You left this by the old graves," he said. I took it from him. "Have you seen the priest?" He shook his head. "You were the only one I found." I didn't know what to say. Later, I checked the footage on the camera. The battery was almost Dead, but it had kept recording, and what I saw didn't make sense. It showed me sitting in the grass, carving symbols into the dirt, the same ones the priest had drawn. I was whispering something over and over. Latin, but I don't speak Latin. I don't remember any of it. That was 3 weeks ago. Now strange things happen. At night, I whisper in my sleep. My roommate says it's always the same words. Latin prayers, sometimes. When I pass a mirror, I see myself smiling, even when I know I'm not. I haven't told anyone. Not yet, but I know something followed me out. Something is still inside me. I hear someone breathing through the electrical outlets. Electricity runs through our homes. But what if something else does too? This next story begins with a strange soft breathing coming from the walls. After the breakup, I needed a place fast. I didn't have much money, so I took the first decent apartment I could find. It was small, just 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and old wooden floors that creaked if I moved too fast. But it was quiet. That's what I liked most. The landlord was this old man with shaky hands. He gave me the keys and said, "No loud music, no smoking, and don't mess with the wall sockets. They're sensitive." I thought that was weird, but I nodded. I just wanted to be left alone. The first few days were fine. I unpacked, ordered cheap food, and tried to forget about everything. That had gone wrong. At night, I'd lay in bed and listen to the quiet. No cars, no yelling, just peace. But on the 4th night, I noticed something. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard a noise. A soft sound, faint. I thought it might be my upstairs neighbor, but it didn't sound like footsteps. Sounded like ... breathing, slow, steady, in and out. I sat up and looked around. Nothing. I turned off my fan, thinking maybe that was it, but the sound was still there. That's when I realized it was coming from the wall. Right behind my bed. I leaned in close. The breathing was coming from the electrical outlet, the one just a few inches from my pillow. I froze. It didn't make sense. It wasn't buzzing or humming like a wire. It was actual breathing, like someone was hiding in the wall, breathing through that small hole. I backed away and turned on the lights. The sound stopped. I waited a few minutes, staring at the outlet. I even put my ear next to it again. Nothing. I told myself it was in my head. Maybe I was just stressed, tired. Maybe the sound was from pipes or vents. But the next night, it came back. Same time, same slow, steady breathing. Always from that outlet. I tried plugging my phone charger into it. The breathing didn't stop. I moved my bed a little further away, but that didn't help either. It never got loud. It never changed. Just quiet, slow breathing, like someone waiting. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to sound crazy. But I started sleeping with music on, just loud enough to cover the sound. Still. Every now and then, when the music stopped or my playlist ended, I'd hear it again. Right there, behind the wall. Behind the outlet breathing. The breathing didn't stop. Every night, around the same time, somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning, I'd hear it again. Coming from the same outlet near my bed. Always soft, always slow. I tried to ignore it. I kept my music on. I even left the TV running one night. But as soon as the noise stopped, I could hear the breathing again, like it was waiting for silence. After a week of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I moved the bed to the other side of the room. It helped a little, until I started hearing the sound from a different outlet, Now it was coming from the one near the floor. Under the desk, I sat on the floor one night with my ear close to it. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It was steady, human, definitely not pipes or air vents. I plugged in my phone charger. Still breathing. I turned off the power in the apartment. Still breathing. That's when I got scared. No power, no electricity, but the breathing didn't stop. One night, I heard it from 2 outlets at the same time. One in the living room, one in the bathroom, like it was moving. I started walking around my apartment at night, pressing my ear to different walls. I knew how crazy that looked, but I couldn't help it. One time, I swear I heard something else with the breathing, a soft clicking sound, like nails tapping on plastic. It only lasted a few seconds, then it stopped. That same day, I decided to talk to someone. There's a woman who lives above me. I had seen her in the hallway once or twice. Short grey hoodie, always kept her eyes down. I didn't know her name. I caught her when she was checking her mail. "Hey," I said, "sorry, weird question. Have you ever heard anything through the outlets, like breathing or weird sounds?" She stopped, stared at me for a second, then smiled, but it didn't look real. "I don't hear anything anymore," she said quietly. That word stuck in my head. "Anymore?" I asked. She looked down. "They fixed it." I asked for a new panel. I frowned. "Who fixed it?" She shrugged. "Doesn't matter now. Just don't listen to it. That's how it starts." Then she walked away. I stood there for a while. Her words made no sense. That's how it starts. What does that even mean? I went back to my place and looked at the outlets. I stared at them for a long time. Then, like clockwork, the breathing started again. From the bedroom this time, not just one outlet, 2. It was like something was moving from wall to wall, watching me through the holes. I didn't sleep that night. I kept all the lights on. I put headphones in and tried to drown it out. But I still heard it, faint, inside the walls. In the outlets, always breathing. The breathing started to change. At first, it was always the same, slow, steady, quiet. But then it got weirder. Sometimes it would gasp, like someone choking. Other times, it sounded like a low hum, almost like it was trying to sing. It was always coming from the outlets. But now it happened more often, not just at night, sometimes during the day too. One morning, I heard it while brushing my teeth. I turned and saw the bathroom outlet just a few feet from my face. The sound was coming from their soft, wet breathing, like someone standing right behind it. That's when I decided to record it. I opened my voice recorder app, set my phone down next to the living room outlet, and left it running while I went to the grocery store. I was gone about 30 minutes. When I came back, I checked the recording. At first, I only heard static, then faint breathing, just like before. But a few minutes in, the sound changed. There was a whisper, fast, garbled, like someone trying to talk underwater. I replayed it over and over. I couldn't make out the words, but near the end, I swear, I heard something that sounded like my name, whispered twice. I dropped the phone. My heart was racing. I didn't want to believe it. I couldn't. It didn't make sense. Maybe it was a trick, or noise from outside. But the door and windows were all shut. The room was empty when I left. I called a friend that night. I told him everything. He laughed. "Dude, it's an old building. You're just freaking yourself out." "I'm serious," I said. "It said my name." "Okay," he said. Next time it says, "Get out," then I'll be worried. He thought it was a joke. Maybe I would have laughed too, if I wasn't. So tired. That night, I went to bed with a knife under my pillow. I don't even know why. It's not like I could stab a wall. At 2:47 a.m., I woke up, not from a dream, not from noise. I just woke up. I sat there in bed, not moving. Something felt off. Then I heard it. The breathing, but not from one place this time. From every outlet, all at once. The bedroom, the bathroom, the kitchen, even the tiny one above the counter where the microwave plugged in. All of them, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Different rhythms, some fast, some slow, some high. One sounded like a growl. It felt like the whole apartment was breathing. I sat frozen in bed, holding my blanket like it could protect me. Then I heard humming. Just one voice, clear and low. It came from the outlet near my bed. I leaned forward, just a little. The humming stopped then, very softly. Something whispered again. Right into the wall, it said my name. I stopped sleeping every time I closed my eyes. I saw the same thing, a face with no eyes, crawling out of the outlet. Its mouth would open wide, but instead of a scream, I'd hear breathing, just slow, steady breathing. Then I'd wake up. Some nights, I didn't even make it to bed. I'd sit on the couch with all the lights on, shaking, just waiting for morning. But the lights didn't help anymore. They started flickering at random. Not just in one room, in all of them. Like something was messing with the power. I checked the fuse box. Nothing was tripped. I called the landlord, but he didn't answer. I left 2 messages. No one ever called back. That's when I decided to block the outlets. I went around the apartment with duct tape and paper towels. I stuffed every socket and sealed them shut. Bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, all of them. It didn't work. That night, I still heard the breathing. Even worse, it felt closer, like it wasn't just in the walls now, like it was under the floor, or inside my head. I started tearing the place apart, looking for something, anything, to explain what was happening. That's when I found the drawer. It was in the hallway closet. I had never opened it before. Inside was a crumpled folder. Old papers. Most of it was boring stuff. Plumbing bills, paint orders. But one sheet stood out. It was a maintenance report, at the top. It had a date from 2 years ago, and an apartment number, mine. Under tenant concern. Someone had written, strange breathing from walls, possibly related to wiring. Tenant claims people are inside the outlets. Under status, it just said, no issues found, closed. At the bottom was a note, written in red pen. Tenant deceased, no further complaints. I just stood there, staring at the paper. Who was that person? What happened to them? I went back to my laptop and tried searching the apartment history. Nothing came up, but I kept thinking about that last line, no further complaints. Did that mean no one listened? Or that whoever lived here before me didn't survive? I sat on the couch and turned off the lights, and I listened, no sound. Then I blinked, and every light in the apartment turned on at once, for 2 seconds. Then off again. My phone vibrated. But no one was calling, just a calendar notification. It knows when you're sleeping. I didn't write that. I deleted the reminder. I turned off the phone, but I swear, just before I set it down, the screen flickered, and for a second I saw my name on it. No message, no number, just my name. I couldn't take it anymore. The lights, the breathing, the phone glitch, it was all too much. I told myself I needed proof, something I could show someone, something real, so I grabbed a screwdriver and picked the outlet in the hallway. I chose that one because the sound always seemed strongest there. It had the number 6C, scratched faintly on the plate. I had never noticed that before. I unscrewed the faceplate and pulled it off. No wires. That was the first weird thing, just a dark hole. I aimed my flashlight inside. It didn't light up anything, just black. I reached in, slowly. I felt nothing at first, just cold air. Then my fingers touched something smooth, then rough. I grabbed it and pulled it out. It was a tooth, a human tooth, yellow, cracked, still had a bit of gum stuck to it. I dropped it and backed up fast, almost tripping over myself. My breath got short. I couldn't think. There shouldn't be a tooth inside my wall. I turned to run, planning to grab my keys and leave the apartment. Just go anywhere. That's when every light in the apartment shut off at once. Click, total blackness. I froze. The air felt thick, and then the breathing started again. Not from the outlet this time, from behind me, from above me, from inside the walls, all around. Some of it was fast, some slow. Some sounded like growling. Then I heard a whisper, not words, just the sound of lips moving, like someone was trying to speak but had no mouth. I ran. I didn't care where I was going. I just ran through the dark, hands out, bumping into walls and chairs. I reached the front door, grabbed the handle. It wouldn't turn. The lock was jammed, or maybe something was holding it shut from the other side. I yanked hard, kicked it. Nothing behind me. I heard more breathing. Closer. It felt like something was right next to my ear. Then I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and saw nothing, but I heard something, a voice. Not loud, not clear, just one word, my name. They found me in the corner of the living room. I was rocking back and forth, hands over my ears, whispering the same thing over and over. I unplugged it. I unplugged it. The building manager said I'd left my door wide open, lights flickering. My phone was on the floor, recording. They played the audio later, just static and breathing, slow, deep, like something calm, like something waiting. No one believed me when I told them what I saw. They said the walls were fine. No holes, no missing wires, no tooth. I said there was a gap behind the outlet, a space that shouldn't be there. They shook their heads, said it was all in my mind. I left that place the same day, took nothing with me. I slept on a friend's couch the first night. I tried to relax, told myself it was over, but around 3 a.m. I heard it again, from the wall, near the TV, a slow, steady breath, just like before. I moved around a lot after that. New apartments, cheap hotels, even once in my car, didn't matter. The sound always came back, sometimes in the bathroom, sometimes in the kitchen, sometimes right beside my bed, always from the outlet. I don't plug anything in anymore. I don't own a phone or a laptop. I keep the lights off, but still, at night, I hear it breathing. It's not in the walls. It never was. It's in me now, and I think it's listening. My name keeps appearing in other people's dreams. Most dreams fade. But when strangers start dreaming about you and saying your name, you might wonder what's really calling out to them. It started with my little sister, Mia. She's 13 and loves telling me about her weird dreams. Most of the time, they don't make sense. Giant rabbits, floating chairs, that kind of stuff. But one morning, she called me and said something that stuck with me. I had a dream about you. Last night, she said. Yeah. I laughed. Did I turn into a robot or something? No, she said. You were just standing at the end of my bed. That made me pause. Doing what? I asked. She went quiet for a second. You were whispering, she said. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but you just kept whispering and staring at me. I tried to joke it off. Creepy. Sounds like Dream Me needs a hobby. She laughed, but I could tell she didn't find it funny. It felt really real, she said. You looked like you, but something was off. What do you mean? I don't know. Your mouth was moving too fast, and your eyes looked wrong, like they were empty. I told her it was just a nightmare and not to worry. But after we hung up, I kept thinking about it. I hadn't seen her in person in weeks. I wasn't anywhere near her house. Still, I didn't think much more of it. Not until my friend Kyle mentioned something a few days later. We were grabbing coffee, just talking about random stuff. Then he said, "Hey, I had a weird dream about you last night." I froze. "Oh yeah?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "What happened?" "You were in my room," he said. "At the foot of the bed. You were just watching me." I didn't say anything. "Then you started whispering," he went on. "Fast. Like you were trying to tell me something, but it didn't sound like English." It was creepy, man. I stared at him. "You're messing with me." "What?" he said. "No, I'm serious." "Why?" "My sister had the exact same dream," I said. "You standing there, whispering." "No, you standing there." We both just sat there for a second. I didn't know what to say. Kyle laughed a little, but it didn't sound real. "I guess it's just a weird coincidence," he said. "Yeah, a weird coincidence, but two people, days apart, saying the exact same thing. It didn't feel random. And that was just the beginning. After Mia and Kyle told me about their dreams, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself it was just random, weird timing, nothing more. But then it happened again. This time, it was Jamie, a girl I used to date a year ago. We don't talk much anymore, but she texted me out of nowhere. "Jamie, hey, this is gonna sound nuts, but I think I dreamed about you." I stared at the message for a long time before replying. "Me? What happened in the dream?" She sent a voice note. I didn't want to listen, but I did. "You were in my apartment," she said. "Just standing in the hallway. Your mouth was moving fast, but I couldn't hear anything. Then it sounded like ... buzzing. I don't know." I woke up sweating. I asked her if I was doing anything else in the dream. She replied, "No, you just stared, whispered something. It didn't sound right, like it wasn't English. That made 3 people. I didn't tell her about Mia or Kyle. I didn't want to scare her more, but inside, I was getting nervous. I hadn't been near any of these people lately. I was staying home a lot, working online, barely sleeping. There was no way I could be in their rooms, unless I was sleepwalking. That night, I set up my phone to record while I slept. I left it face up on my desk, pointing toward my bed. Nothing happened. Same the next night, but the night after that. I found something strange. I woke up with my bedroom door wide open. I always keep it shut. Always, when I checked the recording. I saw myself standing beside the bed around 3:14 a.m. Just standing there, not sleeping, not moving, just staring at the wall. I didn't remember doing that, and I never got back in bed on camera. One frame I was there, the next gone. That same day, my neighbor, Mr. Fielding, waved me down. In the hallway, he's usually quiet. Doesn't say much. "You all right, kid?" he asked. "Yeah, why?" I said. "I had a weird dream," he muttered. "You were in it." My stomach dropped. He looked confused. "You were just standing at the foot of my bed, whispering something, fast. Didn't sound like English." I forced a laugh. "Must be a dream thing. Everyone's having them lately." But he didn't laugh. "No," he said. "This was different. You said something." "What?" He thought for a second, then said, "It sounded like Latin. I don't speak it, but I recognized a few words. Redire mox. Something like that. What does that mean?" "Returning soon, I think. I don't speak Latin. I've never studied it. I couldn't say that if I tried." That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my chair, watching the outlets, the corners, the door. I felt like something was crawling under my skin. I kept asking myself, what if it wasn't me they were seeing? What if it just looked like me? After the fourth person told me I was in their dream, I decided to start writing mine down. I wanted to see if maybe my brain was trying to tell me something. Maybe all this was connected. I bought a cheap notebook. I kept it next to my bed. Every morning, as soon as I woke up, I'd write down whatever I could remember. At first, the pages stayed mostly blank, just stuff like black hallway. Couldn't move, heard dripping. Nothing made sense. Then, one morning, I woke up on the floor, just lying there, right next to my bed. I didn't remember getting up. I didn't remember lying down there either. I felt stiff, like I'd been in that position for a while. I checked the notebook. One new entry, but I didn't write it. It said, "They're watching me now." Same handwriting as mine, same pen. But I didn't remember writing that. I tried to laugh it off, maybe. I wrote it while half asleep. Maybe I just forgot. But then it happened again. 3 nights later, I woke up standing, not moving, just standing straight up at the foot of my bed. I was facing the door. It was open, my arms were at my sides. My hands felt numb, my chest was tight. I sat down, shaking. That morning, I found the notebook on the kitchen table. That was strange, because I always kept it by the bed. Always, I opened it. There were more entries, pages and pages filled with messy writing. Some were in English, some weren't. I saw symbols I didn't recognize. Some of the lines were written upside down. The newest entry said, "They're starting to remember me." I dropped the notebook. My heart was racing. Who wrote that? Who was me? I stared at my own handwriting, but it didn't feel like mine. Anymore, I flipped back through the earlier pages. Some of the letters had tiny faces drawn in the loops. I hadn't noticed that before, and worse, in the back of the notebook. One phrase was written over and over again. "You are the dream now." It filled the last 5 pages. Same sentence, same shaky handwriting. I slammed the notebook shut and threw it in a drawer. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even turn off the lights, because when I looked in the mirror later, I swear my reflection blinked after I did. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers, so I messaged Kyle. He was the second person who told me I showed up in his dream. I asked him to meet me in person. We sat outside a coffee shop. I need you to tell me everything, I said, about the dream. Don't leave anything out. He looked nervous. Why now? Just please. He stared into his drink for a second, then said, okay. You were in my room. Like I said, just standing there, whispering. What did I say? I don't know. It wasn't words I knew, but it didn't feel random either. I leaned forward. Was it me? Are you sure? He went quiet. Then he shook his head. No, it looked like you. Same face, same clothes. But it wasn't you. What do you mean? He looked up at me. His eyes were scared. It felt colder, empty. Your face was wrong. I didn't say anything. Kyle kept going. Your mouth was open too wide. Your smile didn't stop. And your eyes, they weren't moving right, like they were stuck. I wanted to tell him he was just imagining things, that it was a weird dream. But I couldn't, because I had seen something too. I'd seen my own reflection blink after me later that day. I visited Jamie. She was the third person who dreamt of me. I asked her the same questions. At first, she brushed it off like it wasn't a big deal. But when I pushed, her whole mood changed. You're not going to laugh, she asked. No, just tell me. She went into her room and came back with a sketch pad. I drew what I saw. She handed me the page. It was me, but wrong. The face looked like mine, but the mouth was hanging open too wide. The teeth were too small. The eyes were just black circles. No pupils, no shine, just holes. The thing in the drawing was smiling. Not a happy smile. A forced one, like it was pretending. This is what I saw, she said. It wasn't you. It wore your face, but it was something else. I gave the sketch back, hand shaking. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because I thought I was going crazy, she said. And because every time I think about it, I feel like it's still watching me. I left without saying much. I didn't know what to say. That night, I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't sleep. I just sat in the dark, holding my phone, waiting to catch myself doing something strange again. I kept thinking about that drawing, about the thing wearing my face. What if people aren't just dreaming of me? What if they're dreaming of something else that's using me? And worst of all, what if it's not just in their dreams anymore? What if it's in mine? Or what if it's already out? I didn't know what else to do, so I went online. I started searching for anything I could find. Stories about shared dreams, strange figures, anything. At first, I just found random posts, people talking about sleep paralysis, nightmares, weird symbols. Then I found ASUBREDDIT. It was called Dream Visitor. The name gave me chills. The top post was titled, Who Else Has Seen the Man in the Corner? It had over 3,000 upvotes, hundreds of comments. I clicked it. The user wrote, Every time I dream, he's there. Same face, standing still, watching, whispering. Sometimes he moves closer. The comments were even worse. Yes, I've seen him. 2. I thought it was just me. His smile never moves. He's in every room. I stopped sleeping. They all described the same thing. Someone who looked human but wasn't. A blank stare. A mouth that moved too fast. A smile that didn't feel real. I kept reading. One person said they saw the man in a dream where they were at their own funeral. Another said he only appeared when they were close to waking up, like he's trying to follow me out. I felt sick, because everything they were saying, it was exactly what my friends had told me, what I had seen in the drawing, what I had felt in my own house. But the worst part was still coming. One post caught my eye. It was older than the others, almost a year old. The title was, "It Whispered His Name." I woke up saying it. I clicked it. The user described a dream where a man with a stressed-out smile stood over their bed and whispered a name again and again. The user had never heard it before. The name was mine, my full name, spelled right, posted months ago, way before my sister ever told me about her dream, before Kyle, before Jamie, before I knew anything. I just sat there, staring at the screen. My mouth was dry. My hands were shaking. What did it mean? Why were people all over the world dreaming about a thing with my face and my name? I clicked. On more posts, some people said the dream figure had started speaking, that it was saying things like, "I'm almost through. Let me wear you. You are open now." One user said they woke up with scratches on their arms. Another said their voice was hoarse when they got up, even though they hadn't spoken. And another said something I'll never forget. He said he's not from the dream. He said he's always been outside, looking in. I slammed my laptop shut. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even lie down. I sat in the kitchen with the lights on, phone in hand, notebook on the table, because whatever this is, whatever this thing is that's using my face, my name, it's not just some dream, and I don't think it's waiting anymore. I don't know how many days I've lost now. I'll be walking to the kitchen, and suddenly I'm in my bedroom. No idea how I got there. I look at the clock, and 2 hours are just gone, and my reflections, something's wrong with it. Last night, I brushed my teeth. I stopped to look in the mirror, just for a second. My reflection blinked too slow, half a second behind me, and it smiled even though I didn't. I backed away. Now, people are saying things that scare me more than anything. A girl from my old job messaged me, "Thanks for the dream chat last night." That was weird, but I haven't spoken to her in months. Then I got a voicemail from a number I didn't know. A guy saying, "It was cool running into you at the park last night. You were quiet though, kept smiling, didn't blink." I haven't left my apartment in 3 days. I don't know who they met that night. I finally had the dream. I was standing in a dark hallway. I could hear breathing, and then I saw myself, me, same face, same clothes, but the other me was grinning. Big, wide, too many teeth. It leaned close and whispered, "You've had your turn." Then I woke up. I ran to the mirror. My face looked normal, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. This morning, I went outside for the first time. A man walked past me, stopped, turned around, and said, "You were in my dream last night. You said you'd be here soon." I didn't answer because I don't know what I said in his dream, but something that looks like me does, and I think it's awake now. Something taps on my window when I say my own name. Names have power. Say yours out loud, and something might answer. In this next story, it taps on the window every time. When I was little, my cousin Jared told me about a game. He was older than me, maybe 12 or 13. I was only 7. We were in his room, playing with action figures, when he said, "Wanna try something creepy?" I remember looking at him and nodding. Of course, I did. "Kids love that kind of stuff," he said. "All you do is look in a mirror or a window and say your own name 3 times. But you have to mean it. Say it like you're calling yourself. If you do it right, ... something might answer." I laughed. "What answers?" Jared shrugged. "Nobody knows. Some people say you see yourself move when you're not supposed to. Some people hear knocking. Some people just feel weird after." I thought he was messing with me, but that night, I tried it anyway. I went to the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror, and said, "Ethan, ... Ethan, ... Ethan." Nothing happened. I tried again the next day, and the next. Sometimes in the mirror, sometimes at the bedroom window, still nothing. Eventually, I gave up. I stopped thinking about it. Years passed. Jared moved away. I grew up. Life got normal again. Now I'm 27, living alone in a small apartment on the 3rd floor. It's a quiet place, no roommates, just me, a few houseplants, and way too much takeout. Last week, I don't know why, but I thought about that game again. Was brushing my teeth when it came back to me. Jared's voice, the mirror, the feeling of waiting for something that never showed up. So I laughed to myself, wiped the fog off the bathroom mirror, and whispered, "Ethan, ... Ethan, ... Ethan." I stared, nothing happened, just my own face looking tired. I went to bed after that, thinking it was dumb, but the next night I remembered it again. This time I stood at the living room window. The street was empty, just some parked cars and flickering streetlights. I looked at my reflection in the glass and said it again, louder this time, "Ethan, ... Ethan, ... Ethan." I waited. Still nothing. I was about to walk away when something small crossed my mind. What if it only works when you're alone? Then I laughed again. Of course I was alone. I live alone. Still, I felt weird after that. Not scared exactly, just ... WATCHED. I left the lamp on that night, not because I was afraid, just because I didn't feel like being in the dark. That's what I told myself anyway. It was just a game, a stupid childhood thing, right? But even now, days later, I haven't said my name again, not out loud. Something about it feels ... off, like the game didn't work when I was a kid. But maybe now it will. The night after I played the name game again, I was almost asleep when I heard it. Tap just once, soft, like something touched the glass. I sat up in bed and looked at my window. Nothing there. I got up, walked over, and peeked through the curtain. Still nothing. No birds, no tree branches. Just the same street and the empty sidewalk. I live on the 3rd floor, so it's not like someone could just walk up and knock. I stood there for a minute, listening, silence. So I told myself it was probably just the building settling, or maybe a bug hit the window. I went back to bed and didn't think much of it, but the next night it happened again. Tap, tap, top. To this time I froze. It was the same sound, gentle but sharp, like a fingernail on glass. I didn't move right away. I just lay there, staring at the window. Then I remembered I had said my name earlier that evening, just talking to myself while looking for my keys. "Come on, Ethan," I had said. That thought made me sit up. Was it connected? No, it couldn't be. That would be stupid. Still, I didn't go to the window this time. I just stayed in bed and pulled the blanket up. Nothing else happened that night. The next day, I didn't say my name, not even once. Not out loud, not even while talking on the phone. No tapping. But the day after that, I slipped. I was cooking dinner, burned my hand a little, and muttered, "Nice job, Ethan." That night, tap, 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 tap. 3 knocks. I didn't even go near the window this time. I sat on the couch, staring at the TV, pretending I didn't hear anything. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard more taps. Maybe I did. I'm not sure. The pattern started to form. Every time I said my name, once it would come back. Always at night. Always the same sound. I tried to laugh it off. "It's just in your head," I told myself. "You're tired. You're thinking too much about that dumb game." But I also started avoiding mirrors and windows. I didn't say my name the next day, or the next dot. No tapping, but the weird part. I kept feeling like I wanted to say it, like something was pushing me. I almost said it out loud while brushing my teeth. For no reason, I stopped myself. Now I talk less. I think more before I speak. I'm careful because I don't know what's tapping, and I don't think it's just a game anymore. After a few days of staying quiet, I got curious again. I wanted to know if the tapping really was tied to my name, or if I was just being weird about it. So I tested it. One afternoon, I stood in the kitchen and said my name. Not loud, just normal, Ethan. Then I waited nothing. I kept busy, cleaned up the dishes, played some music, watched a show, but that night, just as I turned off the lights to go to bed, tap, tap, same as before. Same soft, slow tapping at the window. Okay, I thought. Maybe it's just coincidence. So the next day, I said my name again. This time in the hallway. Later that night, tap, tap, tap. Again, doorways after I said it. Never before. I even tried it in the bathroom. Said it once while brushing my hair. That night, 3 taps on the mirror. That one made me jump. The sound didn't come from the window like usual, it came from the mirror. Like something tapped from the inside of the glass. I stood there for a long time, just staring at my reflection. I didn't move, I didn't breathe, but I swear, my reflection did. Just for a second, like a blink or a twitch that I didn't. I backed out of the bathroom and left the light on. The next day, I was shaking, not outside, not on the surface, but something in my chest felt wrong, like a deep kind of fear that wouldn't go away. Still, I had to know, so I whispered my name, quiet, just under my breath, Ethan. I barely said it. 10 minutes later, while I was making tea, I heard it KHH, HHH, HHH, HHHHH, not taps, not knocks, this time, it was one long, slow drag, like something scraped the window with a nail. I didn't move. Then came one knock, deep, hard, like it wanted me to answer. I turned every light in the apartment on. I didn't sleep that night. I started noticing other things after that. Every time I passed a mirror, I felt like something was off. Like my reflection was just a step too slow. One time, I walked past the hallway mirror, and I saw someone else there, just for a split second. It looked like me, but the eyes were wrong. Like they were staring at me, not with me. And the windows get me started. At night, I saw little flickers, like someone moved just out of view. I'd look, and there'd be no one there. But I knew something was watching. It wasn't just outside anymore. It felt like it had followed my voice, like every time I said my name, it got a little closer. I tried talking to a friend about it. I said, "Hey, do you ever get that feeling that someone's listening to you, even when you're alone?" He laughed and said, "That's just your brain messing with you." I didn't tell him about the game. I didn't say my name, not while he was around, because I wasn't sure if it only listens to me or if it listens to anyone who says my name. Now I avoid mirrors. I keep the curtains shut. I whisper to myself in short words, nothing personal, because I don't know what it is. But I know it hears me, and I think it likes the sound of my name. One night, I was sitting on my couch, trying not to think too much. TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it. I just didn't want to be in silence. I stood up to get a drink and glanced out the living room window. That's when I saw it. Across the street, there's an old building. It used to be an apartment complex, but it's been empty for years. The windows are dark and cracked. Some are boarded up, but that night, one of the windows on the third floor had a light behind it, and someone was standing there at first. I thought maybe a homeless person broke in, but the way they stood it was too still. Just a shape in the window, not moving, just ... staring. I couldn't see a face, just a dark outline, but I knew it was looking straight at me. I stepped back. The light in my apartment was still on, so maybe they saw me too. I closed the curtain, sat down, and tried to forget it, but I couldn't. The next night, I looked again. The figure was there. Same window, same spot, still staring. I didn't know what to do, so I whispered to myself, "Don't look. Don't say anything." But then, without thinking, I said it, my name. Quiet, just under my breath, "Ethan." And right then, the figure moved. It raised one arm, slowly, and tapped the glass. I didn't hear it, but my window shook. I jumped back like I'd been burned. The tap came from my side, not across the street. I opened the curtain. The figure was still there, but now it had its hand against the glass, pressed flat, like it wanted in. I stepped away. My heart was pounding. I didn't blink. Then it lowered its hand. I ran into the hallway, grabbed a blanket, and covered the window. I didn't want to see it anymore. I sat on the floor, breathing hard, and I realized something. It wasn't outside. Not really. It wasn't tapping from across the street. It wasn't walking over. It didn't need to. It came through my name, through the sound of it, the voice I used, like I had opened a door without meaning to. Now, I don't care where I am in the apartment. Bedroom, bathroom, living room, it doesn't matter. If I say my name, even by accident, I hear it again, the tap, like it's right next to me, like it's waiting. After what happened with the figure across the street, I didn't take any more chances. I covered every window in my apartment, curtains, blankets, tape, anything I could find. I even covered the mirrors, bathroom, hallway, closet, gone. But the sounds didn't stop. Now they came from other places. It started with the TV. One night I had it on mute, just background noise really. I wasn't watching. I just didn't want the room to feel too quiet. Then I heard it. Tap. Right on the screen. just one. I turned it off. A few hours later, it was my phone. I was scrolling in bed, trying to fall asleep, watching videos with the brightness low. Tap. I dropped it. It tapped again, from inside the screen. I shut it off and put it under a pillow. After that, I tried not to use anything with glass. No screens, no mirrors, nothing with a reflection. And most of all, I stopped saying my name, not even a whisper, not even in my head. I told myself maybe that would make it go away, but I messed up. One night, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to record a voice memo to remind myself about something. I kept the lights off, stayed under the blanket, and hit record. I spoke soft and slow, just to be careful. But near the end, without thinking, I said, "Ethan needs to remember." I stopped. I froze. I ended the recording and hit play to check. At first it sounded normal, but at the very end, just after I stopped talking, there was a whisper. My name, Ethan, not my voice. It sounded like me but broken, like someone was trying to copy me through a bad speaker. Slow, wet, wrong. I deleted the recording and threw the phone across the room. That night, I made a choice. I was done. No more speaking, no more mirrors, no more games. I locked the doors, shut off all the lights, and got into bed without saying a word. I kept my eyes closed. I didn't move. I waited that, then it came. Tap, that, but not on the window, not on the screen. It came from the wall beside my bed. I held my breath. Tap, tap, closer now, behind me. And then I heard it. A voice, my voice. It whispered, "Ethan." I didn't turn around. I didn't speak. I didn't blink. I just lay there, frozen, while something in the dark said my name again. Soft.com, like it knew me, like it always had. I don't speak much anymore. Not out loud, not even when I'm alone. I don't say that name. Not ever. I don't look in mirrors. I've covered them all. Even the ones in my phone and laptop taped over. I keep the curtains shut. I unplug the TV. I don't record anything. Most days, I just sit in silence. I move slow. I breathe quiet. But I still feel it, watching, waiting. It doesn't tap as much now, only sometimes. Just enough to remind me it's there. I think it's patient. I don't think I called it. I think I woke it up, and now it knows me, knows my voice, knows my name. It followed the sound, the words. Maybe that's all it needed. Sometimes I wonder if I ever had a chance. Maybe saying my name was just the key, and I turned it. Maybe it was always listening. I've started writing things down instead of speaking. It feels safer, but even that doesn't help much. Last night, I woke up from a dream. In the dream, someone was calling me. I couldn't see them, just a shadow. But they said my name again and again, and I answered. I think I answered. When I sat up in bed, I was breathing fast. My heart was racing. Then I heard it tap. Only once, but it was close. I didn't move. I didn't look around. I didn't even blink. I just sat there in the dark, thinking, did I say it again? I don't know. I really hope not. But right now, as I write this down, I swear I just heard it. A soft sound. A single knock. From behind me. Something just tapped behind me. My childhood drawing matches a crime scene from last week. Most kids draw houses, animals, or cartoons. But what if a drawing from years ago shows a real place, where something awful just happened? Last month, I went back to my parents' house to help them clean the attic. They're getting older, and the stairs are steep. My mum said, just grab a few boxes and bring them down. We'll go through them together. The attic hadn't changed since I was a kid. Same wooden floor, same dusty air, a lot of junk, old toys, broken lamps, photo albums. I found a box with my name on it. It was taped shut, but the tape peeled off easy. Inside were school papers, birthday cards, and drawings. Lots of drawings. I smiled at the first few. A big green dinosaur, a stick figure family, a spaceship with my name written in huge letters. Ethan, age 6. But then I pulled out one that made me stop. It was different. It showed a house. Not a cartoon house. Just a small square building with a front door and one window. Next to it was a single tree, and beside the tree was a person lying on the ground, face down. Red marker was smeared all around them. At first I thought it was just a kid's messy drawing, but the more I looked at it, the more it felt ... wrong. The house didn't look like ours. The tree was crooked, and the person on the ground there was no face, just scribbled red. The weirdest part, my name was on the back, along with the year, Ethan, age 7. I don't remember drawing it. I stared at it for a long time. Something about it made my stomach twist. I couldn't tell if it was the red ink or the way the person looked like they were dropped there. Like they didn't fall. Like someone put them there. I took the drawing downstairs. "Hey," I said, holding it out to my mum. "Do you remember this one?" She looked at it, then frowned. "Huh, that's odd." "What's odd?" She hesitated. "I just don't remember you drawing something like that. You used to draw silly stuff. Dinosaurs, animals, not ... this." "Yeah," I said. "I don't remember it either." She handed it back. "Probably just something you copied from TV. You used to do that." But I didn't think so. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The house, the tree, the red. Something about it felt too detailed, too real, like it was based on something I'd seen. But how could that be? I was 7. What was I drawing? And who was the person in red? That night, I stayed over at my parents' house. I slept in my old room. Everything still looked the same: posters on the wall, scratch marks on the closet door, the dent in the floor I used to trip over. After dinner, I sat on the couch with my dad. He was flipping through the channels. "You still watch the news?" I asked. "Only local," he said. "The big stuff just makes me mad." He landed on a news report. I wasn't really paying attention at first. I was half listening, about that drawing from the attic. Then I heard something that made my head snap toward the screen. A woman was found dead near an abandoned house just outside of town, the reporter said. The property has been empty for over a decade. A neighbor noticed a broken window and called the police. The camera showed the house. I sat up straight. It looked just like the one in my drawing. Small, square, plain, front door, one window, same angle, same tree on the side. I leaned closer. The reporter kept talking. Authorities say the woman's body was found at the base of the tree, face down. No suspects yet, and no known connection between her and the location. The screen showed a blurry shot of the tree and police tape, then a closer shot of the ground. I couldn't see much, but there was a shape covered by a sheet. Red stains on the dirt. I stood up without thinking. "Dad," I said, "can you rewind that?" He looked confused, but grabbed the remote. We watched the clip again. It matched the house, the tree, the person on the ground. I didn't know what to say. "Something wrong?" my dad asked. "I think I drew that." He laughed. "What?" I walked to the kitchen and grabbed the drawing from the counter, came back and held it up next to the screen. My dad stared at it. "No way," he said. That's weird." I sat back down. I didn't feel right. My chest felt tight, like my body was warning me of something I didn't understand. I stared at the drawing. Ethan, age 7. How could I have drawn a crime scene almost exactly the same as a murder from this week? I was just a kid, and yet it was all there. The house, the tree, the person on the ground in red. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew this wasn't just some random sketch anymore. Something was wrong, really wrong. The next morning, I woke up early. I couldn't stop thinking about the drawing. I kept telling myself it had to be a weird coincidence. Maybe that house just looked like a lot of old houses. Maybe I saw something on TV as a kid and copied it without knowing. But it didn't feel like a copy. It felt too exact, too real. I stared at the drawing again over breakfast. The red ink, the shape of the tree, the person lying face down. I needed to talk to someone, so I called my old friend Jamie. We grew up on the same street. We used to hang out almost every day when we were little. He picked up on the third ring. "Hey," I said. "It's me, Ethan." "Whoa. Been a long time," he said. "You back in town?" "Yeah, at my parents' place." We talked for a minute, just catching up. Then I got to it. "Do you remember me drawing weird stuff as a kid?" I asked. He paused. "What do you mean? Like, not dinosaurs or spaceships, more like creepy stuff. Houses, people, blood, maybe." There was a long silence. Then Jamie said, "Man, I don't know. That was forever ago." "Yeah, but do you remember anything strange? Did I ever tell you weird stories or draw stuff that scared you?" He laughed nervously. "I mean, we were weird kids, dude. We talked about monsters and ghosts all the time." "Yeah, but anything specific?" He went quiet again. Then he said, "You used to talk to someone. Like, not a real person." "What do you mean?" "Like, you'd sit by yourself sometimes and whisper. You'd say someone was telling you things. You had a name for him, Mr. Something." I sat up. "Mr. Stitch." Jamie didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Yeah, that's it. Mr. Stitch. You used to say he came at night. I thought you made him up." I didn't know what to say. My mouth went dry. "You okay?" Jamie asked. "I gotta go," I said and hung up. I went to find my mum. She was folding laundry in the living room. "Did I ever have an imaginary friend as a kid?" I asked. She looked at me and nodded slowly. "You did. You used to call him Mr. Stitch. I figured it was just pretend. You stopped talking about him. Around 2nd or 3rd grade. Did I ever say what he looked like?" "I think you said he wore a long coat, and his mouth was sewn shut. You said he didn't talk, just pointed at things." I felt cold all over. My mum looked at me. "Why are you asking?" I didn't answer. I just went back to my old room, shut the door, and sat down with the drawing again. That house, that body, that red dot, and now a name I hadn't thought about in years, Mr. Stitch. I couldn't stop thinking about the house in the drawing. I needed to know if it was just something I made up, or if it was real. So I searched online. I looked up the news report from the night before. They gave a street name near the edge of town. I zoomed in on a map, checking every house on the block. Then I found it. A small, square house with one window. In front, a crooked tree beside it. Just like the drawing. I stared at the screen. I felt weird, dizzy, almost. Like my brain didn't want to believe it. I checked the address. It was only a 15-minute drive from my parents' place. I had to see it. I got in the car and went. The closer I got, the more nervous I felt. My hands were sweating. My heart was beating too fast. I almost turned around twice, but I didn't. I parked across the street. There it was, the house from my drawing, old, falling apart. Boards on the window, dead grass all around. The tree beside it was just as I remembered, bent, with thick branches that reached out over the yard. I didn't get out of the car at first. I just stared, and then something strange happened. I felt like I had been there before, not just seen it. Been there, the air, the shape of the yard, the cracks in the sidewalk. It all felt familiar in a way I couldn't explain, but I had no memory of ever being there. I stepped out of the car and walked. Across the street, every step felt heavier. When I reached the front yard, I stood still. I looked at the tree. I looked at the grass. Then I looked at the spot near the tree where the person had been in my drawing. There was still yellow tape tied to one of the branches. This was it. This was the place I had drawn at age 7. But how? I walked up to the porch. I didn't go inside. The door was nailed shut anyway. I just stood there, listening, waiting, hoping something would click, but nothing came. Just that strange feeling again, like I was being watched, like I'd been here, long ago, maybe with someone I wasn't supposed to remember. I kept the drawing with me after I visited the house. I couldn't stop looking at it. I turned it over again and again, checking the date. Ethan, age 7. That night, back in my old room, I decided to take another look at the whole folder from the attic. Maybe there were more drawings I missed. I pulled it out from under my bed, sat on the floor, and opened it. Most of the pictures were still the same scribbles, stick figures, silly stuff. But then I looked at the first drawing again, the one with the house and the person in red, and something felt off. The paper was thicker than the others. I held it up to the light. There was another page, stuck behind it. I carefully peeled it apart. There was another drawing. It had been pressed flat against the back of the first one, like I had hidden it. I stared at it. This one was darker, same house, same tree, but this time there was a figure standing next to the tree. Tall, thin, all black dot, no face. Its arms were too long, almost down to its knees. One of the arms was pointing toward the front door. The other arm hung straight down, even though it looked simple, just kid-style lines and shapes. I felt sick. I didn't remember drawing it, but it was definitely mine. Same handwriting on the back. Ethan, age 7. The date was exactly 1 week after the first one. I felt cold. Why would I draw this after the first one? Why didn't I remember it? Who was the black figure? I stared at it longer than I should have. My mind kept telling me one thing, over and over. This isn't just something I imagined. What if I saw this? What if I saw the house, and the body, and that thing? Or worse, what if something showed it to me? I closed the folder and sat there in silence. Something wasn't right about these drawings, and I was starting to think I didn't make them alone that night. I stayed in my old room again. I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the ceiling, thinking about the drawings, the black figure, the way it was pointing at the door. I checked the time to 12 a.m. Then I heard something. It was soft, like a whisper. But I couldn't make out the words. I sat up. The sound was coming from the wall beside my bed. It stopped when I moved, like it knew I was listening. I leaned closer. Nothing. Then I heard it again. A low whisper, slow and shaky, like someone was talking through the wall. I pressed my ear to it, still couldn't understand it, but I knew that voice. Somehow I knew it. I ran my fingers along the wall, checking for a crack or a hole. And then I remembered, when I was a kid, I used to hide stuff behind one of the panels. I got down on the floor and tapped the bottom part of the wall. One of the boards made a different sound, hollow. I pulled at it. It came loose with a creak. Behind it was a small space, maybe a foot deep. Inside was something wrapped in plastic. I pulled it out and unwrapped it. It was an old notebook. The cover was faded, corners bent, smelled like dust. I sat on the floor and opened it. Page after page of drawings, all in crayon or pencil. Same style, my style, childish and messy. Some were just shapes and lines. Others showed the same black figure again and again, standing by trees, peeking through windows, reaching toward beds. I kept flipping. Some pages had writing, but the sentences didn't always make sense. Stuff like, he stands where no one stands. Don't blink when he looks in. Red means yes. My hands started shaking. I flipped to the last page. It said, in my own handwriting, he said I can see if I promise not to tell. I stared at those words for a long time. Promise not to tell? Tell what? See what? My chest felt tight. I couldn't breathe right. I shut the notebook and shoved it back into the wall, covered it up, back where I found it. I didn't want it anymore, but deep down I knew this wasn't over. Some part of me had already seen something, and whatever it wasn't done with me. I had to go back to the house from the drawing, the one with the tree, the one where Megan Riley died. Something inside me kept pulling, like a rope around my chest, tightening. So I went. It was almost dark when I got there. I parked a little down the street this time. Didn't want anyone to see me. The front door was still boarded up, but the side window had a broken pane. I climbed through. The air inside was thick. Dusty, I could barely see, but I brought a flashlight. The place was dead quiet. Old furniture, empty walls, nothing on the floors but broken glass and dirt. I didn't know what I was looking for. I just followed my feet. Then I saw the basement door. It was half open. I never saw it last time. I stood there for a minute. Then I went down. The stairs creaked under me. The flashlight shook in my hand. The basement was cold, damp, stone walls, and dirt floor. But what made me stop was the far wall. It was covered in carvings. Not spray paint, not pencil. Carvings, dozens of them. All over, scratched deep into the surface. My heart dropped because I recognized them. Little houses, stick people, trees, circles with X's for eyes, long-armed figures with no faces. I stepped closer. Some of the drawings looked just like mine, like the ones from the folder. Same shape, same style, same weird symbols in the corners. Then I saw something that froze me in place. A name, Ethan, age 7, carved into the wall. I didn't do this. I never came here as a kid, at least. I don't remember it. I stood there, trying to breathe, trying not to panic. Then I heard it, a whisper. Ethan. I spun around. My light hit the far corner. There was nothing there, but I knew that voice. It was the one from the notebook, from the wall in my old room. Ethan, it said again, closer now than I saw it. A shape in the dark, tall, thin, black coat. Long arms, no face. It stepped forward, but the feet didn't make a sound. Just a shadow, moving like it floated. I couldn't move. I was stuck. It raised one hand, slowly, and pointed at the wall. Then the voice whispered again, "There are more." I don't remember how I got out. I just know I ran. I climbed out the window and didn't stop until I was in my car. My chest hurt. My eyes burned. But even while driving, I kept hearing that voice. More drawings, more things to see, something inside. Me knew it wasn't done. Mr. Stitch wasn't finished with me. And the worst part, deep down, I left my parents' house the next day and drove back to my apartment. I tried to pretend everything was fine. Tried to eat, watch TV, sleep. But I couldn't stop thinking about the basement, about the voice, about Mr. Stitch. I stayed up late that night, just sitting at my desk, staring at nothing. At some point, I fell asleep. Not in bed right there at the desk. When I woke up, the sun was barely up, and there were drawings on the table. 3 of them. I didn't remember doing them, but they were in my handwriting. My lines, same messy kid-style sketches, same red pen. My hands started shaking as I looked closer. The first drawing was a tall building, looked like an office tower, maybe 4 or 5 floors. Windows, a sign near the door, streetlights. The second showed the same building, but at night. A stick figure stood out front, long arms, no face. I didn't have to guess who it was. The third drawing. It showed the same place again, but now there was a body on the ground. Face down, red ink all around it, just like the first one I found in the attic. My stomach turned. I looked at the back of the page. There was no name, no age, but it was mine. I could feel it. I stared at the building in the picture. I didn't know where it was, but somehow I knew it was real. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and opened the news. I didn't even know what to search for, so I just typed "body found" and today's date and waited. I'm not showing anyone the new drawings, not anymore. I thought talking about it would help. I thought telling the story would make it feel less real, but it's worse now. He doesn't like it when I talk too much. I hear him when I speak my name out loud, or when I write it down. Sometimes I feel like he's standing right behind me, not breathing, not moving, just watching. I've stopped sleeping at my desk. I don't leave pens out anymore. Doesn't matter. Last night, I didn't draw anything. I made sure I locked every drawer. I unplugged every lamp. I even wrapped my hands in a blanket so I wouldn't move. But when I woke up this morning, there was red ink on my fingers. There's a locked door in my apartment that wasn't there yesterday. You know you're home. Every room, every corner. But one morning, there's a door. You've never seen it before, and it's locked. I woke up around 7. My phone alarm buzzed on the nightstand, like always. I turned it off and just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Nothing felt wrong, but also, it didn't feel right. The air felt heavy, like the room had changed just a little. Overnight, I couldn't say how. Maybe I was still half asleep. I rubbed my face and sat up. Same bed, same blanket, same ugly curtains I keep meaning to change. Nothing was different. So why did it feel like I was in someone else's room? I got up and walked to the kitchen. I made coffee, checked my emails, scrolled through my phone. Everything was quiet. But as I stood by the counter, sipping from my mug, I kept looking over my shoulder. I don't know why. It felt like something was off in the corner of my eye. But every time I turned, nothing was there. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. I walked down the hall to the bathroom. On the way, I paused. I stared down the hallway. It felt longer. No, not longer, just wrong. Like the angle was strange. Like maybe the walls were a bit tighter than they were yesterday. It made no sense. I tried to laugh it off. I got ready. For the day, showered, got dressed, the usual stuff. I even played music like I always do. I told myself I was just tired. Maybe I didn't sleep well. But when I came back out into the living room, I stopped. The clock on the wall was ticking too loud. It had never done that before. I walked over and pressed my ear to it. It was ticking normal. But now I noticed. It like the sound had pushed its way into my head. I turned it over and checked the battery. Nothing strange. I hung it back and walked away. But now I couldn't stop hearing it. Tick, tick, tick. I tried to ignore it. I opened my blinds and looked. Out the window, same street, same view. A guy was walking his dog across the road, just like every morning. The world looked normal, but inside the apartment, something didn't feel normal. I walked around again, checking each room. Everything was in its place. Books on the shelf, shoes by the door, dishes in the sink. Still, the feeling stayed. Like something was just a little different. Like my brain was catching some detail it couldn't name. I even thought, did someone come in while I was sleeping? But that was crazy. The door had been locked. Nothing was missing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back to the couch and sat down, holding my coffee in both hands. I stared at the hallway for a long time. I didn't know it yet, but something had already changed. I just hadn't seen it yet. It happened the next morning. I got out of bed, still feeling weird about yesterday. I walked to the bathroom, like always. But then I stopped at the end of the hallway. There was a door I had never seen before. I just stood there, staring at it. It was plain, same color as the wall, light gray, same trim, same doorknob as the others in the apartment. But it hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I live alone. I know every inch of this place. I've lived here for over 2 years. That hallway only ever had two doors, my bedroom and the bathroom. That's it. Now there was a third. I walked toward it slowly. My feet felt heavy. The closer I got, the worse the feeling in my chest got, tight and strange, like something was wrong in my body. I reached out and touched the doorknob. Cold. I turned it. Locked. I pressed my ear to the door and listened. Nothing. No sound. No air. No light from underneath. Just nothing. I tried again. Still locked. I stepped back, confused. I looked around like maybe someone was playing a trick on me, even though that made no sense. I whispered, "What the hell?" I stared at the door for a while. Then I told myself, maybe it was always there. Maybe I just never paid attention. I was half asleep most mornings anyway. Could I really have missed a whole door? I took a few pictures of it on my phone, front view, side view, just in case. Then I went into the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and splashed cold water on my face. The whole time, I kept looking back toward that door. After I got dressed, I walked down the hall again. I put my hand on the doorknob one more time. Still locked. I knocked. Nothing, no echo, no sound at all. I pressed my head against it again. Still nothing. I pulled out my phone and opened the pictures I'd taken. I zoomed in, trying to see if the paint looked different or if the trim was newer. But no, everything matched perfectly. Like the door had always been there. Like it was part of the wall. But I knew it wasn't. I knew it. I opened some old photos of my apartment from last year. I scrolled through, trying to find any shot that showed that hallway. Finally, I found one. A selfie in the hallway mirror. I zoomed in. Only 2 doors. That third one wasn't there. I stared at the picture for a long time. Then I looked back at the hallway. The door was still there. I sat on the couch with my coffee, just staring at it. From across the room, I tried to focus on other things, work, emails, bills, the news, but my eyes kept drifting back. Why was there a door in my apartment I didn't remember? Had someone added it? But when, and how, and why? That door stayed in my head all day. Even when I left the apartment, I kept thinking about it. Even when I came back, the first thing I did was check if it was still there. I knocked again. Nothing. I tried the knob. Still locked. I told myself maybe I was losing it. Maybe I was just tired, stressed, seeing things. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. That door had not been there before, and now it was the next day. I couldn't stop thinking about the door. It was the first thing I looked at when I woke up. Still there, still locked, still quiet. I stood in the hallway, just staring at it. I knew that door wasn't there before. I knew it, but it felt like I was the only one who noticed. So I decided to prove it. I grabbed my old phone from the drawer. It had photos from when I first moved in. I scrolled through, looking for shots of the hallway. I found a few in every one of them. The wall at the end of the hallway was blank. No door, just smooth wall. Same paint color. No frame, no handle. No lock. My chest got tight. I wasn't crazy. It really wasn't there before. I felt sick. I needed someone else to see it too. I called my friend Sam. "Hey," I said, "you remember my apartment, right? Can you come by for a minute?" "Sure," he said. "Everything okay? Just come look at something." He came over about an hour later. I let him in and pointed down the hall. "Do you remember that door?" I asked. He looked at it for a second, then nodded. "Yeah, it's always been there, hasn't it?" My stomach dropped. "What? No, it hasn't." Sam raised an eyebrow. "I'm pretty sure it has, man." I remember thinking it was weird that it didn't go anywhere. "You said it was a storage room, right?" I shook my head. "I've never said that. I've never even seen that door before 2 days ago." He laughed, like I was joking. "Okay, maybe you forgot." I didn't laugh. "No, look at this." I showed him the photo on my old phone. "See, no door. He looked at the picture, then at the hallway, then at me. I don't know, man. Maybe it got added and you just forgot. Who adds a door in the middle of the night? He didn't have an answer. After a few minutes, he left. I felt worse. I called my landlord next. Hey, I said, trying to sound casual. Can I ask you something weird? Sure, he said. That door at the end of my hallway, has it always been there? There was a pause. Of course it has. It's part of the unit. No, it's not. I've lived here 2 years, and I've never seen it before. Well, it didn't just appear, he said. There's no construction or remodeling. That door's been there since before you moved in. I wanted to scream. Can I get a copy of the floor plan? He sighed. I'll email it to you. He did. 10 minutes later, the PDF popped into my inbox. I opened it. There it was. A door at the end of the hallway, marked storage locked. I stared at it for a long time. Then I went out and asked the lady next door. Hey, I said, do you remember if there's always been a door at the end of my hallway? She looked confused. Yes, why? I just shook my head. No reason. Back inside, I sat down on the couch. Everyone said the door had always been there, but I knew they were wrong, or maybe I was wrong, and that was somehow worse. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the door. Even with the lights off, I could picture it perfectly grey paint, silver knob, locked tight. Everyone said it was normal, but I knew it wasn't. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. No TV, no noise. Just my thoughts. Then I heard it knock. One. Single, soft knock. I sat up fast. It came from the hallway. From that door, I waited, holding my breath. Silence. I got out of bed and stood in the doorway to my room. The hallway was dark. I didn't move for a long time. I just listened. Nothing. I flipped on the hallway light. The door was still there, still closed, still locked. I walked up to it, heart beating fast. I pressed my ear to the wood. No sound, no movement, just still air. I whispered, hello. Nothing. I waited a few seconds, then went back to bed. I told myself maybe it was a pipe or the building shifting. It's an old place. Weird noises happen, but I didn't sleep much that night. The next night, it happened again. I had just gotten into bed, lights off, eyes closed. Knock, same sound, same spot, same soft tap like a knuckle against wood. I sat up again, already afraid. It wasn't loud, it wasn't fast. It didn't even feel angry, it felt patient, like someone was waiting. I got out of bed and walked to the hallway. This time, I didn't turn on the light. I stood in the dark, staring at the door's outline at the end of the hall. Who's there? I said. No answer. I didn't walk any closer. I just stood there. A few minutes passed. I went back to my room. No more knocks that night. By the third night, I was scared to go to sleep. I kept the light on. I stayed up late, watching videos, trying not to think about it. At 3:12 a.m., I heard it again, knock. I stared at the door from across the apartment. I didn't move, just one knock like the others. No rhythm, no banging, no scratching, just a slow, soft knock, like someone testing if I was awake or if I would come open it. This time, I didn't check. I didn't say anything. I just pulled the blanket over my head and waited. But now I knew something was behind that door, and it knew I was here. The knocking stopped for a few days, but something worse started. It began with a smell. I was making toast one morning when I noticed it faint, like something burnt. I checked the toaster. Nothing inside. I smelled the trash. It was empty. I even opened the fridge, thinking maybe something had gone bad. Everything was fine, but the smell stayed, metallic, wet, like old blood or dirty coins. It was strange and sharp, hard to explain, but it made the back of my throat burn a little. I followed it through the apartment, sniffing the air like an idiot. It got stronger near the hallway. Then I saw it, a thin line of dark air creeping out from under the locked door. That's where it was coming from. I crouched down and sniffed near the crack. I gagged. It was worse up close, thick, like something dead was behind the door, something old and rotting. I stood up fast, eyes watering. Nope, I said out loud. Not normal. I got some duct tape from the kitchen drawer. I taped the bottom edge of the door shut. I pressed it down tight with both hands. Then I sprayed air freshener all around the hallway. That helped, for a while. But the next morning, the tape was peeled up on one side. Just a little, like someone had picked at the corner and pulled it loose. The smell was back stronger. I stared at the tape. It hadn't fallen off. It looked peeled like fingers had been under it. I taped it down again, harder this time. I even used extra strips along the edge. That night, I dreamed something was breathing through the crack. Slow, steady breaths, like someone waiting in the dark. I woke up sweating. The air in my room smelled faintly sour. I checked the hallway. The tape was peeled again, just enough for the smell to get through. This kept happening for days. I'd taped the door, sprayed the hallway, cleaned everything, but each night, the tape came loose, and the smell kept getting worse. I tried not to breathe too deep when I walked by it, but the scent stuck to everything, my clothes, my pillow, even my food. It was always in the air now. I stopped inviting anyone over. I couldn't explain it. I didn't even try. At night, I started sleeping with the covers over my face. I kept the hallway light on, but that didn't help. The smell was in my dreams. I'd see the hallway in my sleep, stretching longer than it should. The door at the end would breathe, not open, just breathe. I started waking up tired, dizzy. My head always hurt. My mouth tasted like rust. One morning, I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was a tiny smudge of something black on my bedroom floor, just a spot, like something had dripped. I followed the marks. They led to the hallway, right up to the locked door. I didn't touch them. I didn't clean them. I just stood there. Whatever was behind that door wasn't just sitting there anymore. It was leaking out. It happened 5 nights ago. I had just turned off the lights. I was lying in bed, facing the wall, trying not to think about the smell, or the tape, or the black smudges near the door. Then I heard it, not a knock this time. A voice, a small, quiet voice. It came from the hallway. From behind that door, it said, "My name just once," whispered. I froze. My heart started pounding. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then the voice said it again. My name, soft, almost kind. I got out of bed, slowly. I didn't want to, but my feet moved on their own. I walked to the edge of the hallway. The door was still closed. The tape was still on it, but loose again. I stood there, staring at it. Then the voice said something else. "Please let me out." It sounded like a kid, a small one, maybe a little girl. The voice was high and shaky, like she'd been crying for a long time. "You locked me in here," she whispered. I took a step back. "What?" I said. No answer. I waited. Then she spoke. "Again, you said you'd come back." I turned and ran to my bedroom. I locked the door. I didn't sleep. The next night, I heard her again. Same time, same voice. "Please, I'm cold." I stayed in bed, eyes wide open, blanket pulled over my head. She kept going. "Why did you leave me? You said I'd be safe." I started, shaking. I didn't know what she was talking about. I'd never locked anyone in that room. I didn't even know what was in that room. It had never been open. But she spoke like she knew me, like we had history, like I had done something. I started talking back. "Who are you?" I said. "Nothing," double quotes. "Why are you saying my name?" She whispered it again. My full name, first, middle, last. I hadn't told anyone my middle name in years. "How do you know that?" Still no answer. The next night, I tried wearing headphones, playing loud music. It didn't work. I still heard her. "I'm not mad," she whispered. "Just let me out." The night after that, she started crying. It was soft at first, like she was trying not to make noise. Then it turned into little gasps, then sobbing. The kind of crying that makes your stomach hurt to hear. I sat on the couch and covered my ears. "Please stop," I said. The crying got louder. "I want to come out now," she said. "Please, please, open the door." I yelled, "I don't know you. Leave me alone." She went quiet, completely silent. I sat there, waiting, breathing hard. Then I heard her whisper again, right at the bottom of the door. Liar, I didn't go near that door again. But I could still hear her, and she still knew my name. I stopped going to work last week at first. I told myself I just needed a day or two, but I didn't go back. I didn't call in. I didn't check my emails. I didn't care. I stayed home, watching the door. I kept the hallway light on all the time. I sat on the couch, facing it, like I was waiting for something. I didn't even know what. I barely ate. Sometimes I forgot. Sometimes I just didn't feel hungry. I stopped answering texts. My phone buzzed and rang, but I didn't pick it up. I didn't want to talk to anyone. What would I even say? Hey, there's a door in my apartment that shouldn't exist. A door that smells like rot. A door where someone whispers my name at night. They'd think I lost it. Maybe I had. I lost track of time. Days started blending together. I'd wake up not knowing if it was morning or night. Sometimes I didn't remember falling asleep at all. But the worst part, the part that scared me the most, was when I started losing time while awake. One afternoon, I was in the kitchen pouring cereal. Then I blinked. Suddenly, I was standing in front of the door, bowl in my hand, milk dripping onto the floor. I didn't remember walking there. I didn't remember moving. I dropped the bowl and backed away. It happened again, 2 days later. I was brushing my teeth. Next thing I knew, I was at the door, toothbrush still in my mouth. Door right in front of me, like my body was moving without me. I told myself, don't go near it, don't look at it, don't listen. But I always ended up back there. Even put a chair in front of the hallway so I wouldn't walk down it. The next morning, I woke up in the chair sitting, staring at the door. I didn't remember getting there. I found scratches. On my bedroom door, 3 long lines, like fingernails had dug in. I didn't know if I did that in my sleep. I didn't know if I did it at all. I started locking my bedroom door at night, but that didn't stop it. Twice I woke up already standing in the hallway, face to face with the door. The second time, my hand was on the knob. The tape was gone. I didn't remember taking it off. That night, I pushed my dresser in front of the door. I blocked it with boxes, books, anything heavy I could find. I swore I wouldn't go near it again, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. What was behind it? Why was it calling me? And why did part of me want to open it? It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something worse. Something like need. 3 nights ago, the door opened. I didn't hear it unlock. I didn't hear it creak. I just noticed. I woke up around 3 a.m., sitting on the floor in the hallway. I didn't remember getting there. I was in front of the door again, but this time it wasn't closed. It was open, not wide, just a crack. A few inches, enough to see the edge of the frame, enough to see the darkness inside. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The smell was worse than ever. It hit me hard, like something rotten, something old. But mixed in with it was something else, something sweet, something that made my stomach twist. I should have run, but I didn't. I leaned closer, just a little. My face, inches from the crack. It wasn't a room in there, it was black. Not just dark wrong, the kind of black that moves, the kind that breathes. It pulsed, like something alive was waiting, just out of sight. I thought I saw shapes inside, not people, not animals, something else, shifting and crawling, but not touching. The floor, floating like smoke underwater, and I felt something deep in my chest, a pull, like I knew it, like whatever was in there. Knew me, I whispered, "What are you?" And it answered, not with a voice, with a feeling. Suddenly, I remembered things I had forgotten, things I'd pushed away. A dark hallway, a locked door, someone small, crying on the other side, someone saying, "Please don't leave me." I dropped to my knees. I didn't know if it was real, a memory, a dream. Was I the one who locked that door a long time ago? Was this thing behind it something I made, or was it something older, something that had just been waiting for me to remember? My hand moved on its own. I pushed the door open more. The blackness stretched further than it should have. The room inside didn't match the shape of my apartment. It looked endless, like a hallway that folded in on itself. And then I saw it, not clearly, just the outline. Something, standing far back, tall, thin arms too long, head bent to the side like it didn't fit right. It didn't walk forward. It drifted, smooth and slow. I couldn't move. It stopped just inside the doorway. Then I heard the voice again. "You said you'd come back." But it wasn't the child's voice this time. It was mine, my own voice, coming from that thing. I backed away, crawling on the floor. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The door slammed shut on its own. Hard, I jumped up and ran to my room, locked the door, pushed the dresser in front of it. Then I just sat there on the floor, shaking. I don't know how long I stayed like that. I haven't touched the hallway since. Haven't looked at the door, but I can still feel it. Whatever I opened didn't go away, and I don't think it's trapped anymore. I don't remember getting out of bed. I don't remember walking down the hallway. But suddenly, I was there standing in front of the door again. It was open this time, all the way. The smell didn't hit me like before. It was still there, but I didn't gag or flinch. It felt normal now, like I was used to it. I should have run. I should have screamed. But I stepped inside. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor, just space that stretched too far. It was dark, but not empty, and as soon as I was inside, I felt it, the weight. It hit my chest like a punch. Guilt, grief, something deep and old. I couldn't breathe right. My eyes burned. I dropped to my knees. I didn't see anything clear, not shapes or people, but the feeling. It was everywhere. I was remembering things I didn't want to remember. Flashes, sounds, quick moments, a voice yelling, a door slamming, crying, my own voice saying, I didn't mean to. Then quiet, a girl's face, just for a second, dirty cheeks, big eyes, looking at me like I'd left her behind. Gone. The memory vanished as fast as it came. But the pain stayed. I whispered, I'm sorry. The air moved, not with wind, but with something watching me, something listening. I don't know how long I stayed there. I couldn't tell if I was standing or floating or sitting. The space inside that room didn't work like normal space. I felt like I had always been there. Maybe I had. Maybe the door had always been open. Maybe the apartment was never real. Maybe it was just a place I built to hide. A fake world to forget what I'd done, or what I'd let happen. I don't know what's true anymore. The hallway, the voice, the knocking, the smell. All of it feels like pieces of something broken, something I buried deep and tried to forget. But now I remember, not everything, not the full picture, but I remember enough. That room wasn't just showing me something, it was me, everything inside. My fear, my mistakes, my guilt twisting and crawling in the dark, alive and waiting. I didn't see it again, not like before. It didn't step out. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. I crawled back out of the room. The door didn't slam. This time, it closed, slowly, quietly, like it was done with me for now. I sat on the floor outside it for a long time, not crying, not shaking, just empty. I remembered now, and the worst part is, I'm not sure I want to forget. The door is locked again, just like before, same color, same knob, same frame. It looks like a normal door, but I know better now. I haven't opened it since that night. I haven't even touched the handle. I just sit here, across the hall, on the floor, watching it. I don't eat much. I don't sleep much either. Not because I'm scared. Not anymore. I just don't see the point. I don't talk to anyone. My phone's dead. I let the battery die last week and never plugged it in. No one knocks on my door. No one checks in. It's just me now, me and the door. Some days I wonder if the apartment is even real anymore, or if it ever was. The walls feel softer. The air feels thicker. Time doesn't move like it should. But the door never changes. It stays shut. Sometimes I think I hear something behind it, like quiet breathing, or a soft shuffle, like feet moving across carpet. But it always stops when I lean in. I don't ask, who's there? I don't tape the bottom. I don't knock. I just sit here and wait. I think about what I saw. Not the shapes, not the space. I mean what I felt. The guilt, the weight of everything I tried to hide from. The voice calling my name. The memory of someone I forgot. Or someone I left. I don't even know if she was real. Maybe it was just part of the door. A trick, a shadow. But I felt her. She knew me. I feel different now, like something inside me was taken out, or maybe put back in. I'm not sure which. Sometimes I wonder if the door will open again. If it does, I don't think I'll run. I think I'll go in. Maybe that's what it wants. Maybe that's what it always wanted. Maybe it's what I want too. But until then, I wait. I sit in the hallway, watching the door. The smell is gone now. The air is still, it's just a door. Just wood and paint and silence. But I know better now. It's still there, and so am I. I found teeth buried in my garden, and they were still warm. People find all kinds of things in the dirt, coins, bones. But this story begins with something worse, something fresh, something still warm. I moved into the house too. Weeks ago. It's small. One floor, kind of old. But it's quiet out here, and that's what I wanted, quiet. Back in the city, everything was noise. Cars, sirens, neighbors yelling at all hours. I couldn't think straight, couldn't sleep. So when I saw this place online, I jumped at it. Cheap, empty, and way out in the countryside. The drive here was long, nothing but trees and dirt roads for miles. No cell service. That part made me a little nervous. But when I pulled up to the house, I felt calm, like I could finally breathe. I brought just a few boxes, clothes, books, tools. I didn't have much to unpack. The furniture came with the house, which was strange, but I didn't ask questions. The real estate lady didn't say much either, just handed me the key and left. The inside was fine. Old wallpaper, dusty corners, but nothing too bad. The backyard was a mess, though. The grass was almost up to my knees. Weeds everywhere. Thick vines covered the back fence. The garden looked like no one had touched it in years. Maybe longer, but it was quiet. Not a single sound. I stood out there the first night and just listened. No cars, no people, just me. I liked it. Still, something about the yard felt weird. The back corner of the garden near the big oak tree felt different than the rest. Like the ground there was softer, like it had been dug up and filled again. I told myself it was probably just animals. Maybe raccoons or rabbits messing around in the dirt. Nothing serious, but I didn't go near it. Not that first night. I went back inside, made some tea, and sat by the window. The garden looked dark from there, the kind of dark that feels too deep. I kept glancing at that spot by the tree. Something about it just made my skin crawl. I shook it off, told myself I was just tired. Moving is stressful. New places take time to feel normal. Still, that night when I went to bed, I locked all the doors, even the back one, even though no one's around for miles, just in case. The next morning, I decided I'd start fixing up the yard. Maybe clean out the garden, pull some weeds, plant something new. I didn't know what I'd find under all that dirt. I didn't know the garden would remember things IDN. Not yet. The next morning, I grabbed my gloves and shovel and went straight to the backyard. The garden looked worse in daylight. The weeds were thick and dry. Something had chewed through parts of the fence. Old flower beds were hidden under layers of dead leaves and dirt. I started pulling out weeds near the edge first. The ground was soft, almost too soft. The deeper I dug, the darker the soil got. I moved toward that spot under the big oak tree, the one that felt off the night before. It looked the same as the rest of the garden. But when I stepped on it, my boot sank a little deeper than it should have. I stood still, then I pushed the shovel down hard. It slid in like butter. I dug deeper, turning the soil. The smell was weird wet, sweet, and kind of sour, like something had been sitting there too long. I told myself it was just old roots, or maybe a dead squirrel. I kept digging. Then the shovel hit something hard. Clink, I stopped. I knelt down and pushed dirt away with my hands. It was smooth and white. I thought maybe it was a stone or a piece of old tile, but it wasn't. I picked it up. It was a tooth, human at first. I didn't believe it. I turned it over in my palm. It had the shape, the color, even a tiny crack down the side. I stood up and looked down into the hole. More white shapes were sticking out of the dirt. I got back on my knees and pulled out another, and another, and another, until I had a full handful of them. Some were big, some small molars, canines. One looked like it came from a kid. I just stood there, holding them. Then I realized something that made my chest go cold. They were warm, not just from the sun. Fresh, warm, like someone had just put them there. I dropped them fast and stepped back. "What the hell?" I said out loud. My voice cracked. I looked around the yard like someone might be watching me, but there was no one. Just the trees and the fence and the hole full of teeth. I didn't know what to do. Call the police. What would I even say? Hi, I dug up some warm teeth in my backyard. They'd think I was joking or crazy. I stood there for a while, just staring at the hole. Then I picked up the shovel and covered it back up. I couldn't believe I was doing it, but I did. I buried the teeth again. I packed the dirt down tight and walked back inside. I washed my hands 3 times. I didn't eat lunch. I couldn't. I kept thinking about how warm they felt that night. I told myself it was nothing, just old bones, just weird soil. Maybe the sun made them feel warm. Maybe I was overreacting. But when I looked out the window before bed, I swore the dirt I covered looked disturbed again, like someone or something had been digging after me. The next day, I tried to stay calm. I told myself it was a prank, some sick joke. Maybe the last owner buried fake teeth to scare someone, or maybe kids from around here were messing with me. I even Googled it. There were stories about animal bones showing up in gardens, stories about dentists throwing out old teaching models. Maybe that's what I found, just fake teeth. Some weird trash. I wanted to believe that still. I didn't go back outside right away. I stayed in the kitchen, drank coffee, and stared out the window. The dirt was still freshly packed where I had reburied everything. I kept thinking I should call someone, just in case. Maybe the cops, or the local council. But I didn't, single quotes. Instead, I waited until evening. I went back out just before sunset. I brought gloves this time, a flashlight. I dug a little, again not much, just enough to make sure the teeth were still there. They were, right where I left them, all packed together in the dirt like someone had placed them there on purpose. I stared at them for a while. Then I told myself, okay, that's it. I buried them again. Slower this time. I made sure the dirt was tight. Then I found some heavy rocks and placed them on top. Done. I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't eat dinner, just sat in front of the TV with the sound off. I don't even know what I was watching. My mind kept drifting back to the garden. Why were they warm? That night, I had a dream. I was standing in the garden, same spot by the tree, but everything was darker. The soil was red, and I could hear something moving under it, something chewing. Then a face pushed through the dirt, no eyes, no nose, just a wide open mouth. It was full of teeth, cracked yellow, grinding, and it was smiling. I woke up sweating. The room was quiet, but I thought I heard something like a soft crunching sound coming from outside. I sat up in bed and listened. Nothing. I stayed awake until the sun started to rise. Then I went to the window and looked out. The rocks were gone, all of them. The dirt was messed up again, like someone had come in the night and dug through it with their bare hands. The hole wasn't wide, but it was deep, and sitting right in the center was one tooth, clean, white, like it had just been pulled. I didn't touch it. I just closed the curtain and backed away. Whatever this was, it wasn't a prank, and it wasn't over. After that night, I stopped digging. I didn't even go near the garden for a few days. But the weird thing is, it didn't stop changing. I'd glance out the window and notice something was different. A plant that wasn't there before. A row of flowers I hadn't touched growing along the fence. Things sprouting where I hadn't planted anything. The garden was growing on its own fast. At first I thought maybe the old owner had planted seeds that were just now blooming. But the way some of the plants looked, they weren't right. One vine curled up the back of the house in just 2 days. Its leaves were thick and purple. The stems had little bumps on them, like teeth. No joke, actual teeth. Tiny ones, like baby teeth stuck in the veins. I got close to pull one off, but when I touched the vine, I swear I heard something. A whisper. It wasn't loud, just a soft, scratchy voice near my ear. I looked around. No one was there. I stepped back, heart pounding, and went inside. The next day, I noticed the soil in the back corner had shifted again. It looked like something had crawled underneath the dirt-long trails, almost like someone dragging a body through the garden beds. That same night, I stood at the back door with the porch light on, just watching. Nothing moved, but I could hear it again, the whispering. This time, it was clearer. Still soft, but I could tell it was saying words. I stepped outside and held my breath. The sound was coming from the dirt, right near where I buried the teeth. I knelt down slowly and put my hand on the soil. At first, it was quiet. Then I felt a vibration like a heartbeat, and I heard it. A voice, very faint, "Give it back." I jumped back and almost slipped. I didn't say anything, just backed away and ran inside, slamming the door behind me. I locked it, then locked every other door and window in the house. I didn't sleep in the morning. The vines had reached the window. One of the flowers had opened. Inside wasn't pollen, it was something white. Another tooth. I didn't go to work. I didn't call anyone. I just sat in the kitchen with the lights on, staring at the backyard. The garden wasn't mine anymore. It was alive, and it was whispering to me. It started small. The first one showed up on my windowsill, just sitting there. One tooth, white, clean. I hadn't opened the window. I hadn't gone outside. I picked it up with a paper towel and threw it in the trash. I didn't say anything out loud, but in my head I said, "Not again." The next morning, it was back, same tooth, same spot. This time, I flushed it down the toilet. That night, I found another one in the kitchen sink. Not white cello and cracked, old-looking, like it had been pulled from a dead mouth. I gagged and dropped it down the garbage disposal. I ran the water and flipped the switch. The sound of the blades was loud and sharp. But when I turned round, I saw 3 more on the counter, lined up in a row. I didn't even touch them. I just walked out of the kitchen and closed the door. The next day, I found one inside my shoe, then another one in the fridge, then 5 more on the floor by my bed. Some of them were baby teeth. Others were larger, with metal fillings. One still had dried blood on the root. I kept cleaning them up, throwing them away, flushing them, but it didn't matter. They always came back. Not the same ones, new ones. More and more, the whispers got louder, too. I'd hear them while brushing my teeth, like someone was behind me. In the garden, I could hear them all the time now. Not just from the dirt inside, the plants, in the vines, in the flowers. I stopped going outside completely, but that didn't help. One night, I woke up and felt something in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom and spit into the sink. 3 teeth, not mine were still there. I checked, but the ones I spit out were small, like a child's, soft and pale, still warm. I started sleeping with the lights on after that, and I stopped picking the teeth up. I just let them sit wherever they appeared. There were too many now. I'd find them on my pillow, in my pockets, on top of the TV remote. One was even inside the microwave, just spinning on the glass plate like it belonged there. It felt like the house was turning into a mouth, or like something was building itself, one piece at a time, using the teeth and using me. I didn't know what it wanted, but I knew one thing. It wasn't going to stop. I wasn't expecting anyone. I hadn't seen a single person since I moved in. So when I heard a knock at the door, I jumped. It was early evening, still light out. I looked through the peephole.n. Old man stood on the porch, thin, maybe in his 70s, wearing a cap and holding a cane. I opened the door just a crack. "Can I help you?" He didn't smile. He just looked past me, toward the garden. "You've been digging," he said. His voice was raspy, dry. I didn't answer. He pointed with his cane toward the backyard. "Don't dig too deep. That ground back there, it remembers." I stared at him. "What does that mean?" He looked at me for a long time. Then he took a step closer. "You're new here, I get that. Just like the one before you." I opened the door a little wider. The one before me, the man who lived here last, bought it cheap, just like you, said he liked peace and quiet. The old man's eyes narrowed. Didn't last long. What happened to him? He shook his head. Gone. No one saw him leave. No note. No car. Just gone. I felt a chill crawl down my back. Did anyone look for him? Cops came, looked around. Didn't find much. The garden was overgrown then, too. Same as now. I glanced over my shoulder, like something might be behind me. "What do you think happened?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "The ground keeps what it's given." I stared at him. "What?" He looked me dead in the eye. "You dig, it takes. Doesn't matter if it's teeth or blood or memories. Once it has something, it doesn't let go." I stepped outside. "Why are you telling me this?" He turned and started walking away. Because I heard the whispers again. "What whispers?" He didn't answer. Just kept walking down the road, slow and steady, like he hadn't said anything strange at all. I stood there until he disappeared around the trees. I haven't seen him since. I don't even know where he lives. But that night, I dreamed of someone buried under the garden. They were calling my name. I needed answers. I hadn't slept more than a few hours in days. The teeth, the vines, the whispers, it was getting worse. I kept thinking about what the old man said. The ground keeps what it's given. I had to know what was doing this. Maybe it was animals, or some twisted person sneaking onto my property, so I made a plan. I charged my old camcorder and set it up by the window, pointing at the garden. I even put a flashlight on the porch, aimed at the back corner by the oak tree, but something didn't feel right. Just watching from inside felt ... weak, so at midnight, I grabbed a jacket and sat outside. Right on the back steps, I had a blanket, my phone, and a cup of coffee. I told myself I'd stay there until sunrise. At first, nothing happened. Just crickets, the wind, the usual night stuff. But around 2:30, the air changed. It got still, heavy, and the whispering started again. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It wasn't loud, more like ... pressure in my ears, like someone was whispering from inside my head. I stood up and walked toward the garden, slow. That back corner, the spot where I first found the teeth, looked darker than usual. I stepped closer. Then I saw it. The dirt was moving. Not a lot. Just tiny shifts, like something breathing under the soil. Up and down, in and out. I froze. The whispering got louder. Not words this time. Just sounds like teeth clicking together. Like chewing. Then the dirt broke. Something pushed up through. The surface, long, white, curved at first. I thought it was a stick. Then I saw the teeth. It was a jawbone. It rose up halfway, like something was trying to crawl out, or reach. Then it stopped. It just sat there, sticking out of the dirt, twitching. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My feet wouldn't move. I was stuck there, watching. Then something else came out beside it. A hand, not full, just fingers, thin and pale, like they'd been under the ground for too long. The skin looked soft, too soft, like it could slide right off. The fingers moved once, just a little twitch and then pulled back under. The jawbone followed, like whatever was under there didn't want to be seen. Not all the way. The soil shifted again and covered the hole like nothing had happened. I finally ran back inside. I locked the door, turned on every light. The camera, it recorded nothing, just static, like the whole night had been erased. But I saw it, and I think it saw me, too. Something's wrong with me. It started with small things, misplacing my keys, forgetting if I locked the door. I thought it was stress, lack of sleep, but then I found the photo. I was cleaning the kitchen drawer, the one full of junk. At the bottom was an old envelope, yellow and soft. Inside were photos. They were of this house, the garden, the porch. But the weird part, I was in them, me, same face, same hair, same clothes even, but they looked old, like the pictures were taken years ago. One of them showed me standing under the oak tree, smiling, holding a shovel. I don't remember any of it. I stared at the photo for a long time. Then I flipped it over. There was writing on the back. First dig, May 17th, that's today. My hands started shaking. I dropped the envelope. I ran to the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face, and looked in the mirror. But my reflection wasn't. RIGHTI blinked. It didn't. I moved my hand. It moved half a second too late. I stepped back and bumped into the counter. The reflection smiled. I didn't. I left the bathroom and grabbed my journal from the bedroom. I've been writing in it since. I moved into Stay Sane. I flipped through the pages. Most of it looked normal. My handwriting, my thoughts, but halfway through, it changed. The writing was still mine, but not quite. The letters leaned different. The words were wrong. One page just said, "You were always here." Another said, "The teeth belong to you." Now I kept flipping. The last page was blank, except for one line. "Don't forget this time." I slammed the journal shut. What does that mean? This time? How many times has this happened? I ran to the window and looked outside. The garden looked still, but I knew it WASN single quote. Something in that dirt had its hands on my mind. I think it's been inside me for longer than I know. Maybe since I moved in. Maybe before that. Maybe I never moved in at all. I couldn't take it anymore. The teeth, the whispers, the dreams, the photos, the way I kept forgetting things. I had to know what was under there. That morning, I grabbed the shovel and went straight to the garden. I didn't eat. I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't care. Something inside me just said, dig. So I did. Right under the oak tree where it all started. The soil was soft, almost wet, like something had turned it over already. I dug fast at first, then slower when the shovel hit something solid. At first, I thought it was a rock, but it wasn't. It was a tooth. Huge, bigger than a human's, then another, and another. I pulled out what looked like a row of them, still stuck in some kind of jaw. The gum part wasn't bone, it was soft. Wet dot, I kept going. More teeth, more bones, pieces of ribs, fingers, maybe. But all too long, all wrong. And below it all, there was something else. Something moving. It looked like skin but not normal skin. It was pale, stretched, pulsing like a heartbeat, almost like a sack, like it was full of something, or someone. I dropped the shovel and got on my knees. My hands shook as I reached out. I touched it. It was warm, warmer than it should have been, and familiar. Not just the feeling, but something. Inside me knew this thing, like I had touched it before, like it was part of me, or I was part of it. It moved when I touched it, just slightly, like it breathed. Then I heard something. Not a whisper this time, a voice, clear. You found me. I looked around. No one was there. You always do. I backed up. My foot slipped, and I almost fell in. The thing below kept pulsing, beating. There was no smell, no blood, no sound except for that voice, now soft again, like it had sunk into the dirt. I stared at it for a long time. I couldn't move. Then I heard myself say something, quiet, almost like a whisper. I remember you. I don't even know why I said it, but I meant it. Somehow, this thing, it wasn't just in the garden, it was the garden, and maybe it had been waiting for me. I don't want to leave anymore. I used to hate this place. I used to be scared of the teeth, the whispers, the dreams. I kept thinking something was wrong, but nothing's wrong. I understand now. The garden isn't just a place. It's something old, something deep. It watches, it remembers, and it's been waiting. Every night, I sit by the hole I dug. I listen. Sometimes it talks to me. Sometimes it hums, like a song I almost remember. Sometimes it just breathes. The teeth still show up, in my bed, on the windowsill, inside my shoes. But I don't throw them away anymore. I collect them. I keep them in a bowl on the kitchen table. They don't scare me. They're part of it. Part of me. I don't lock the doors. I don't shut the windows. There's no need. Nothing wants to hurt me. The whispers say my name now, softly, like a lullaby. Sometimes I answer back. I don't eat much. I don't sleep much either. But I don't feel tired. I just sit by the garden. I rest my hand on the dirt. I let it talk to me, and I listen. I know people would think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels like I finally came home. I found what was missing, and it found me. I only had to give it a piece of myself. That's all it wanted, just a little part, and now I never have to be alone again. The garden is warm tonight. I can hear it breathing. I close the door behind me.